Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. Hey, could I have my mic volume turned up, please? Testing. Ah, there we go. Much better. And you know what also help? Turn down that music a little bit. All right, so welcome into the hot shop, you guys. Hopefully, you guys have been here before, but if you haven't, I'm going to give you an overview as to who we have here and what we have going on. And then I'll give you an overview of the hot shop for those who haven't been here. So we have a visiting artist on the floor today. Her name is Nancy Callan, and she's the one sitting and working at the center bench right now, right front and center. And she is a local artist. She came to Seattle in 1996 to work on Lino Tagliapetra's team, and she mastered traditional Venetian glass blowing through that and continued to develop it into her own art style. We actually recently had an entire exhibit of Nancy Callan's work here at the Museum of Glass. It was called Forces at Play, and it had a ton of different works of hers, which we could show off some on the screen now, including these stingers, including some snowmen, which we saw some snowmen made yesterday in the hot shop, which was really fun. And we had panels of hers as well. The panels are really complex topic, complex technique. It's really interesting to see all of this made, but we are going to see kind of a new line of work that are called space rocks. And this is the very beginning of the process where we're just getting that pattern ready, and we're going to get the color ready. And eventually we'll layer the two together, and up on the screen this is a sketch of the finished results. When they come together, you end up having different patterns and colors layered on top of each other. The only way to do that is to create a cup out of one of those and then stuff another bubble of glass inside of it. It's a really interesting kind of complex technique, and luckily you guys should be able to see it play out in front of you. And just to talk about the temperatures in here, we're working with equipment that gets up to about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's as hot as we're working with the glass. At that point, it's the texture of honey. And we never let the glass drop below 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. If it drops too far below that, it'll start to crack and break from thermal shock. So we're always within that range of 1 and 2000 degrees Fahrenheit. We have glass inside of the tanks with the closed doors. So anytime you see us go inside of those ones, we're getting more layers of clear glass, which you should see happen with the piece over on the far right bench pretty soon here. So yeah, that's the glass furnace. We spray some water in there every once in a while just to break any air bubbles that have risen to the surface of the glass. Yeah, it's always clear. And then we have to add color through different means. So this is how we get this smooth, even kind of undercolor for our piece. It's called color bar. This is just layered within the walls of the piece. It's still glass. It's just has different metals and minerals and oxides to get the different colors. The only equipment that we keep on 24/7 are the glass furnaces, but everything else we turn off. So just the tanks with the closed doors, those stay on. Honestly, not terribly long, maybe an hour to get it up to the exact temperature that we need. It's just natural gas. Yeah. Everything's natural gas except for the torches that have two lines coming from them, like this one, the red and the green. That's a propane oxygen torch. And yeah, and we'll use that for really focused spot heating. And it gets really hot compared to the other ones because of that oxygen. Yeah, it feels really good today. I'm used to being cold. Yeah, I think that's the best way to describe it. We're working on all three benches, and eventually all the glass will come together in one piece. It's just a lot of layering for the colors and patterns. Oh yeah, and just to point out, that cup of glass that we had at the center bench, we set it aside in this silver box right here. Just on the end of the pole, we just stick the entire thing in there, and that's going to keep it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we prepare the other parts of the piece. Only for the first, like, minute or so, just until it stops moving. But it's just cold enough in there that it's not going to move or melt. Yeah, so here at the museum, we have the hands-on workshops. You come down and you make usually something like an ornament. If it's in December or in October, we would have pumpkins. And in the spring, I think we have things like birds, and at some points we have paperweights, you know, all sorts of different projects. So those are an option. Yeah. So we're just about to use the glass furnace. It's a lot like gathering up honey on a wooden dowel. We just stick the pipe in there and then twist, and then it gathers up a ball. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you two. Hi. So we are getting started on a pretty big project, big metaphorically and physically. So this project is going to have multiple layers of glass, which will give us different layers of colors and patterns within the piece. The visiting artist that we have today who designed this piece, her name's Nancy Callan. She is up in the front talking to Ben right here. And yeah, she's been here since Friday doing everything she can in the hot shop. We were making some of these pieces in particular on Friday. Yesterday we had her snowmen made in the hot shop, which were really fun to watch. And then today we're making more of those space rocks, which are basically space rocks. Oh yeah, I have closed captioning on the screen. I know it's super loud in the hot shop, so it's gonna be hard to hear me at all times. But yeah, these are space rocks. They're basically these large blown spheres of glass. They have an overall transparent color or color underneath, and then spots of almost a metallic color. It's really interesting. And we already have prepared some of the components we need, but eventually you'll see us bring everything together and finish the piece. So I'll focus over on the right bench for now. Again, this is going to be kind of the center or the inside of our project. What we're doing is we're sitting, letting this glass cool down, and then we'll gather another layer of clear glass over top of everything that we have so far. And we need to get it to a certain size so that it can fill up the entirety of the inside of a cup of glass. And that cup of glass is what has our pattern on it. And could I have some images of the space rocks again, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen this yet, I want to point this out real quick. This is the design that we're working towards in the hot shop today. And the best way to describe this design, again, we have that solid color underneath. By solid, I mean just smooth. There's no patterning on that section. And then the pattern on the surface are basically these black rings of glass. And they're kind of metallic. This is a type of glass that will react with the flame and become metallic and shiny. I'm not entirely sure. I think we could have 2 of these pieces done by the end of the day, but I wasn't here Friday when they were originally making them, so I don't know the exact timing of them. But yeah, I'm figuring maybe we could have 2 of these done by the end of the day. So just to point out, right here, Nancy is rolling the glass on this large metal table called the marver. And the idea is the marver has this thick slab of stainless steel on top. It just sucks heat out of the glass as she's rolling it. And this can help prevent the glass from blowing out too much in one direction. The end of the bubble tends to be really hot, so we'll oftentimes focus more so on the end of the bubble, keep that thicker. And then using this pad, which is actually just folded up newspaper that we've splashed with a little bit of water, Nancy's guiding which way she would want the bubble to blow out. She's smoothing out and tapering the bubble. And then we'll give it a little puff of air. Yeah, we have these pipe coolers on either side of the hot shop as well. So this is just a trough of water that we'll set the pipe down into. So we're getting pretty close to the point where we're going to bring two of these pieces of glass together. So again, this bubble that we're preparing, it's eventually going to be stuffed inside of a cup of glass that has our patterning on it. So we have brought our cup back out. That's at the center bench now. You can see our pattern a lot better. We're just going to keep this warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we finish getting that bubble ready. Yeah, our glass here is a soda lime glass. So a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone, mostly silica sand. And apparently this glass has a little bit of lithium in it as well, which makes it softer. And yeah, that mixture is just thrown in basically raw into the furnace, and then it melts down into our molten glass. And we don't make the mixture ourselves or anything. We get it shipped in, specifically made. Glass is super finicky if you mix multiple kinds, or if the mixture is off in any sort of way. You can have cordage, which are these kind of streaks, these solid lines in the glass, or you can have incompatibility, which can break your pieces. It's all very technical. A lot of chemistry, a lot of physics when it comes to glass blowing. So we've gathered up our layer of clear over on the right bench. And it looks like Nancy might be picking out some bubbles from the glass just before we stuff it inside of the cup. Want to make sure that there are no imperfections because we can't go back.
So you just cut out the air bubbles?
Yeah, and that's the reason why we let the glass cool down so much before we gather our fresh layer of clear, is so we can really push and move around that surface layer without altering the color or any of the other layers underneath. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. You came in at a good moment. We have a couple of pieces of glass that we're just about to join together. Might take a couple of minutes, but we have this cup at the center bench here, and we're going to be stuffing a bubble of colored glass inside of it so that we have a layer of color and then a layer of pattern on the very outside. And this is going to turn into a space rock. This is a new series of our visiting artist, Nancy Callan. She's the one who's sitting and working over on the right bench at the moment, the shorter curly hair. And then we also have this image to kind of show off the finished products. We started these pieces on Friday, and these are pretty big. These end up being pretty big pieces of glass. They're really satisfying to watch. And again, this is a new series of Nancy Callan's. She had an entire exhibit at the Museum of Glass relatively recently called Forces at Play. And this included so much pattern work as well. She brings in a lot of Venetian glass blowing techniques into her work, coming from cane, which are these sticks of colored glass, coming from Marini, which this is what we use to create those circles. Yeah, lots of interesting things to talk about during this little residency. And feel free to ask me any questions that you guys have, but I'm going to continue to follow along with the process. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. We are just about to join these two pieces of glass together at the center and right bench. Our visiting artist today, her name's Nancy Callan. She's been here since Friday, and we've been working on a new series of her work called Space Rocks. So this is going to turn into basically this large blown glass sphere with these spots or rings of colors, maybe a little bit more accurate on the outside, and then a color overall entirely on the inside. And to get those different layers of colors and patterns, we're going to literally layer the glass onto each other. So we have this bubble of color over on the right bench. That's where Nancy's sitting at the bench and working. And then at the center bench, we have our cup that we're going to stuff the bubble inside of. So we brought out this heated ring. We placed it on the floor. We're going to knock that cup off and then place it upright into that heated ring. And then Nancy, standing on the marver, that metal table, is going to drop that bubble just straight down into that cup and pick it up. This is all done really quickly because we don't want the glass to drop below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So the team has to be well coordinated, communicate really well. And there we go. So as Nancy pushes down, the bubble slowly fills up the inside of the cup. She'll finish it off with a puff of air. Yeah, the glass we just stuffed inside has a layer of color inside of the walls of it. I have no idea what color we used. I think that we'll find out together. When they blow it out and it cools down a little bit, then we'll be able to see it a lot better. So we still have this overhang where the cup isn't touching down onto the side of the bubble. So we'll start rolling the bubble on the marver, and slowly that cup will touch all the way down around the sides. Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop to those who just joined in. We have a visiting artist in the Hot Shop today. Her name is Nancy Callan, and she's the one over on the right with the bandana around her neck. She's been here since Friday working on a new series of work called Space Rocks. And then we also did see her blow a couple of glass snowmen yesterday, which were really incredible. I think that lasted until like 6 p.m. from what I saw. It was a really big process. And these pieces are going to be pretty big as well. Could I have the image of the space rocks up on the screen, please? So I just wanted to give you guys an idea of the final product. So up on the screen, there's some drawings that Nancy created just to show all of her assistants and make sure everyone's on the same page. So this is going to be a large blown glass sphere, and we already have all of the layers of glass we need. We have that layer of color underneath. We have the layer of patterning right on the surface right now, which is going to turn out kind of silvery in the end. And yeah, we're just getting there. We just got our layers together before you guys came in, and now we can start working with the glass a little bit further. So while we're working on our main piece at the center bench, which again, this is going to turn into a space rock, which are those blown spheres of glass. They have our patterning, which, well, you can see the patterning on the surface of this bubble already. So it's going to turn into basically these metallic rings on the surface of the glass. But on the left bench, I wanted to point out, I haven't talked about the left bench yet today. I wasn't sure what they were working on until now. They are creating a hat for the snowman that was made yesterday. And if anyone's curious, they actually have the board that the snowman is designed on over there next to the bench. You could see the final design. It has black and blue striping, and the hat, I guess is a relatively pointy hat. It's going to be created in multiple parts and assembled together as well, because there are multiple rings of color even just within the hat. And after building up some heat, we start on the jack line, which using the jacks, these two metal blades, we're basically just squeezing a divot right off the end of the pipe. And this is going to become our breaking point later on. We're just creating a weak point for ourselves to use. And I guess I haven't pointed this out yet either, but the reason we're using these wooden paddles, we're not touching it to the glass or anything. We're just shielding our artist's hand and arm from the radiant heat coming off of the piece. Because again, the glass is always going to be hovering somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, definitely on the hotter end. And this is a lot of surface area. So at this point, we've blown it up enough that we need to be able to start opening and closing the doors of the furnace that we're working with. This is why it's important to have big teams when you're making something literally or metaphorically big in the hot shop. You need somebody to blow, you need somebody sitting at the bench and working on the piece, and then you usually need somebody to shield you from that heat, and then now we need people to open and close those doors as well. So I wanted to point out something interesting. We've been blowing this out a ton over the last few minutes or so, and now that we've blown it out and it's started to cool down more rapidly, we can see the color of the glass a lot better at this point. You can see that it's a transparent color overall. It looks like it might even be a sort of purple. It's a little bit hard to tell still, but as this cools down more and more, that is getting closer and closer to the true color of the glass. So right now we're not really working with the glass, we're just trying to keep it warm overall, heating up the cold areas with this fluffy torch and then just flashing the piece entirely every once in a while, which flashing is just the process of heating it up for maybe 5 to 8 seconds or so, depending on the thickness of the glass. And in the meantime, we're preparing another pipe with some clear glass on the end. And this is eventually going to be attached just right onto the end of our sphere. And then we'll break the entire thing off with the pipe that it was built on. Yeah, this is a really important step. This is when we basically are flipping the orientation of the piece to work on the other side. And welcome to those who just joined in or recently joined in. We have a big moment coming up. We have a visiting artist on the floor. Her name's Nancy Callan. She's the one who's torching this piece of glass at the center bench. Everyone else is just working to support her and help her create this work that she's designed. And we're pretty close to the final shape. This is going to end up being completely spherical. And you can see the area where it's connected to the pipe is not quite spherical yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to transfer the piece to a different pipe, which we're bringing over now. And then once we have it transferred to this second pipe, we can completely round and smooth out and finish that other end. So we go ahead and connect that blow pipe. We're going to section off this connection as well, which just makes it easier to break this piece off of the second pipe later on. And then once we're ready, we apply some water. This is going to thermally shock and crack that connecting point enough that when we tap the pipe, it should just pop off. So just like that, we have transferred our piece to our second pipe. And now we can work on that opposite end. So at the moment, they're not quite opening this up yet. They're just making sure the pipe is centered to the piece. And I know few new people joined in, so I want to give a quick introduction as to who and what we have going on the hot shop floor. And this is a pretty exciting moment, so I think we'll be able to move on to an explanation pretty soon. But we have Nancy Callan on the hot shop floor today. She is a visiting artist. She's been here since Friday for this residency in particular. And we are making a new series of hers called Space Rocks. And these end up being these large blown glass spheres with specifically these metallic rings of color across the surface. And I could go in depth about color, about pattern. I really love talking about the technical aspect of things and the science behind things as well. So feel free to ask me any questions that you guys have. But yeah, Nancy, she's been here as a visiting artist many times before, and we even had an entire exhibit of hers called Forces at Play. And I wanted to show off some images of that while I had a chance. So could we see that up on the screen, please? So I wanted to show off the variety of work that she creates. This exhibit of hers was specifically to show off basically every series or mini series that she's worked on. These are stingers, and then we have some snowmen in the exhibit. We also have these panels, which are really fun to explain. They start off as cylinders of blown glass, which are then cut open and kind of unfurled to show off the pattern on the inside. And Nancy Callan, she specifically is very good at, has kind of mastered traditional Venetian techniques, traditional Venetian glass blowing. So that's where a lot of the patterning is coming into play. It's coming from cane, which are sticks of colored glass. It's coming from Marini, which is actually what we used for the patterning today. Basically a cross-section piece of glass. And I did mention this to some people in the front. If anyone else is curious, we have a live stream that we run every single day that we're down on the hot shop floor. So if you wanted to check out what we were working on yesterday, again, we were working on some snowmen at Nancy Callan's. So you could always pop into our YouTube channel and look up that old live stream. It's just yesterday. And that piece of glass that they've been working on over on the left bench, this is going to turn into a hat for one of the snowmen that was created yesterday. And this is blue and black. Right now it's all just going to look orange from how hot the glass is, but it is going to turn into blue and black striping. And that's the glass furnace. If you haven't seen us use this already, that tank with the closed door, it's just filled with a pool of molten glass inside of a ceramic crucible in the base of it. So we're going to completely cut kind of this end piece of glass off eventually. So we are heavily using this smaller handheld torch at this point. This is technically the hottest item in the hot shop. It gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And we use it to heat up small sections of glass at a time. It's really helpful for sculpting, or I guess we're getting closer to finishing a piece, just working on a small section at a time. And then we are using the fluffy torches still quite a bit to heat up cold areas of the glass, especially where the glass is connected to the pipe. It's kind of sucking heat out. So last thing going into the heat, first thing coming out of the heat. So it's just naturally very cold. And I do want to check in on the progress of the hat over on the left bench. If we could get a quick view of that, please. Yeah, could we have a view of the left bench, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, we have a view of the left bench. Again, this is turning into the hat for one of the snowmen we created yesterday. And I believe it's mostly black, but it has a nice big band of blue glass right in the center of it. You can kind of see that blue starting to come out as the glass cools down. So yeah, this is going to turn into just a symmetrical sort of pointed hat. And it'll be physically separate from the snowman. It's not going to be connected hot in the hot shop, but attached separately. Yeah, exactly. The cone-shaped tool that we're putting in, it's called the Sophietta, and it will kind of block off the opening to the piece, and then we just reinflate the glass using the Sophietta. So yeah, you were exactly right. Yeah, we're being really careful with which areas of the glass we heat up and how much. We're just focusing a lot of heat on the front half of the piece at the moment, trying to round it out. And welcome to those who joined more recently in the Hot Shop. I'll give just a quick introduction as to what we're seeing on the Hot Shop floor today. So we do have a visiting artist. Her name is Nancy Callan. She's the one who has the bright yellow shoes on. She's working at the center bench, actually shaping this piece of glass at the moment. And everyone else around her is basically just supporting her in creating this work. A lot of these people are our resident hot shop team. They work for the museum. They'll help visiting artists that come through. And I guess we technically are working on two pieces at the same time. I've been mostly focusing at the center bench. This is kind of the main piece so far today. And it's one of Nancy's space rocks. So these space rocks end up being completely spherical. They're blown glass. They have solid color at the base, and then they have these metallic rings of colored glass on the surface as well. It's really interesting to see how those rings are made in the first place and then how they're applied, why they're metallic. I've got answers to all those questions. If anyone's curious, I can go into more depth. But yeah, at this moment, we're just finishing blowing it out and rounding it off completely. We are getting pretty close to being done with that one. And then over on the left bench, we are working on a piece of glass that was technically started yesterday. We blew an entire snowman that had blue and black striping, and now we're just making the hat for the snowman. And if you're closer to the left side of the hot shop, you can actually see the image of the snowman propped up in the back, kind of behind where they're working. Yeah, could we check in on that hat over on the left bench, please? So I just wanted to show off up on the screen the progress on the hat over on the left bench. So we've fully opened this up. It looks like we have pretty much the overall shape. They might just be doing some touching up or a little bit of shaping left, but overall this looks pretty good. Can we get a little bit of a different angle of it if possible? Just wanted to see that point. Yeah, there we go. Okay, thank you. So yeah, it looks like we're pretty close to finishing both of our pieces of glass at this point. So when we finish a piece of glass, these have to cool down really slowly to prevent thermal shock. And we will use these boxes that we have throughout the room on our walls and also in the front of the hot shop, the ones that open up from the top. It just depends on where we have space. We'll just load the pieces inside. Those boxes sit at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and then they slowly drop down. They're programmed to run usually about 12 hours or so. So over on that left bench, they've cut at that connection right between the pipe and the piece. And Trent has gotten suited up so that you'll be able to pick up that piece of glass right off the bench and then carry it over to be put away. So could we see that left bench as they break this off? So this is going to be the same process as any piece of glass that we break off. We will usually just apply a little bit of water to that connecting point, which Gabe is doing right now. And then with just the tap of the pipe, that piece will pop off into those Kevlar gloves. And then this is going inside of the annealer on the left wall. So that is technically the first piece of the day done now. And can we have a view of the center bench again, please? Thank you. Yeah, we actually made the entire snowman itself yesterday, and the hat was made separately today. So they're not going to be attached together hot, but yeah. Yeah, we made 2 of them yesterday. The other one's on the opposite side of the board. So we are ready to break this piece off and put it away. We'll apply some water, same as that first piece. Crack that connection and then tap the pipe. And this time we've gotten fully suited up in this big shiny suit so we can really lean into that 900-degree Fahrenheit box to put it away. And just like that, our first space rock of the day is done. Thank you, everyone. And safely into the annealer it goes. I think it's going to be like a purple overall, and then it's going to have those silvery spots across the surface, or silvery rings, I guess. All right, so it sounds like we're going to take our lunch right now. Our artists have been hard at work working on that big piece since 10 in the morning. And that means we're going to come back from our lunch an hour earlier, though. So we're going to come back at about 1 p.m. We'll have the exact return time posted on the screen. And feel free to ask me any last second questions. If you are good, then we'll see you later. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. The team has already gotten started. We are going to be working on a different piece for the second half of the day, which we can actually see drawn and placed right front and center on that shield at the center bench. So this is going to be a three-dimensional blown piece. We've already gotten started on certain components of it. We're going to have some interesting patterning applied to the glass in the form of, I think it looked like cane, which are kind of these sticks of colored glass. So yeah, I'll talk about who's here real quick, and then we can hop right into it. So we have a visiting artist. Her name is Nancy Callan. She's the one who's working over on the far right bench at the moment. She has the pipe, and everyone else around her is just supporting her in creating the work that we see today. A lot of these people work for the museum. She's brought in some help of her own. And this slideshow you've been seeing on the screen, this is a lot of it is actually from an exhibit that we recently had called Forces at Play. We were able to see some of these pieces up close and in person. This exhibit was at the Museum of Glass, open for a while. We got to see some of her panels. We got to see some of the stingers, which we see right here, and some snowmen, which we saw yesterday. Yeah, Nancy's been here since Friday for this particular residency, and we've been working on a variety of works. And yeah, we're going to be working at all three benches at the same time. It could be a little bit overwhelming. Feel free to ask me any questions if you guys have any along the way, and I'll just do my best to follow along. Yeah, actually, that's a good question. The equipment that we're working with is running up to about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And everything is running off of natural gas, except for some particular equipment which we might use later, but not right at this moment. So yeah, the torch, the furnaces, everything, all running off of natural gas. So at the center bench, this is really an important step. We've been heating up all of these pieces of glass, which I was just going to hold up an example. These are completely solid all the way through. It's actually mostly clear glass, just a little layer of color within the wall of the piece of glass. And we have to heat it up in order for it to stick to our bubble of glass to probably about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe a little bit warmer. So that's what we were working on. And now to make sure that this is touching down all the way around the bubble, and we want this to be really smooth and flush to the bubble, we're going to roll it on the marver, this metal table. So I wanted to point out something interesting. I don't know how many of you are watching Gabe kind of run across the hot shop floor with that pipe up in the air. So that long blue sort of bar on the end of the pipe is something called color bar. And luckily we have some examples right here in the front. But yeah, we'll break off sections of this. It's just colored glass through and through. And it will melt this down and layer it within the walls of the piece. And that gives us an overall color. Yeah, I wish I had an example, but just any piece you see in the gallery that looks like it's just like all blue, for example, like a blue vase. It's usually just a thin layer of color inside of the walls, and it's mostly clear glass overall. You'll see us use that box way later on, but we were just putting basically some padding in there to set our finished piece on top of. And that's what cools the glass down slowly overnight. So we have 2 pieces in there right now from earlier today. So I just wanted to show you, this is what cane looks like when it's pulled in the hot shop. It ends up being so long, sometimes it's stretched across the entirety of like the front of the hot shop. And then you cut it up into more usable sized pieces, I think usually about pencil length, pencil width. For the piece that we're making right now, we actually have these really short pieces of cane like this that we're going to be rolling up on the outside, and that's what I was just asking about. There was a tray of it laid out here in a specific pattern, and that's being preheated up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit for us to use. Yeah, so with that cane that we picked up, there's a little bit of clear glass just on the end where the cane didn't cover. So we're just going to cut that clear glass window away. Nothing crazy, just getting rid of that excess clear glass. And now the cane goes all the way to the very end of the bubble. Kind of comes to a point. Yeah, we'll use the wooden paddles to shield the artist's hand and arm from that radiant heat coming off of the piece. I always want to emphasize the glass is sitting between 1 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit at any point in time. And if you're a few inches away from that, it hurts. The radiant heat is what is more likely to burn you than anything else in the hot shop. But we do use these to flatten pieces too, which is why they're so charred up. And then we have a couple of pipe coolers throughout the hot shop. So this is just Nancy cooling down the pipe, being able to handle the pipe closer to the glass again. And this is where we've been preheating the cane up in the front, that box there. We just pulled that out. We'll heat it up a little bit further on the end of this metal fork. And this thing is actually crazy heavy, I will say. And I don't know, it's just really cool to see them balance everything, literally and metaphorically. And just in case we've had new people join in, I just wanted to give a little recap, talk about who's here and what we're going to see made in the hot shop. So we have a visiting artist. Her name is Nancy Callan. She's the one over on the right bench at the moment, talking to Ben and turning that pipe. Everyone else on the floor, most of them are part of our Museum of Glass hot shop team, but she did bring in a little bit of assistance herself. Glassblowing is definitely a team sport. It's really hard to blow glass on your own, and you'll see, especially later on, you need someone sitting and working with the tools, you need somebody standing and shielding you, you need somebody blowing into the end of the pipe, usually at least 3 or 4 people for just one piece of glass. And this is a complex piece. We already have picked up one layer of cane, which are these sticks of colored glass, on that bubble over on the right bench. And now we're going to be picking up a second layer of cane, which we're preheating at the center bench, just to get as much patterning as Nancy wants. And the final piece is drawn on the shield at the center bench. So that's what we're aiming towards right there. So at this point, you can see we've heated up the cane enough that it's all glowing. And this means it's hot enough that we're able to push them together and they will actually start sticking together. That's exactly what we want. So when we go ahead and roll them up on the outside of the bubble, they move basically as one panel or wrap around the entire bubble. So now we have our 2 pieces of glass ready. We bring that bubble over, and same process as the first time, touch down and wrap all the way around. Yeah, so this kiln shelf has kind of this clay or ceramic coating on the surface of it, and if the glass gets hot enough, it'll stick and kind of pick up pieces of it. So we just brush that away, and sometimes you'll even see them use a Dremel and grind little particles away if it sticks enough. But yeah, no big deal. Yeah, exactly. For anyone who hasn't seen this yet, where Trent is spraying water inside of, this is the glass furnace. And inside of here, we have a giant ceramic crucible just sitting, I think it goes up as high as about my hip, and it's filled with clear molten glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And that mixture, I guess the best way to visually describe it, it's kind of like a sandy, just raw material texture that they just throw in and melt down. It's soda ash, limestone, mostly silica sand, so we use a soda lime glass. And yeah, that's all clear glass, I will specify. We have two furnaces, they're both just clear glass. We have to add our color through other means. So while we're working at the center bench on our kind of main project at the moment, they're preparing for the next piece already over on the left bench. And what they're doing is they're making something called a color cup. And it's kind of self-explanatory. It's just a cup of colored glass. It has this rounded bottom to it. And the way that we use these is we will stuff another bubble of glass inside of them to pick up the color basically on the outside or closer to the outside. So we'll be using that later on, but we're preparing it now, and we'll probably set it aside to stay warm once it's done. Actually, I have the perfect video to explain part of this process that none of you have had the chance to see. Could I have the cane pulling video? This is a silent video, so I'll talk over it, but we will start with solid pieces of glass like this. It's this colored glass we get shipped in. We don't make this. We will attach it to the end of our pipe. Usually we'll wrap some layers of clear around that, and then we'll attach it to a second pipe and stretch it between the two. And sometimes these poles can be as long as almost the entirety of the front of the hot shop. They'll stretch these out pretty far and then cut them up into smaller sections. Yeah, so again, we just want to make sure that the surface of this bubble is smooth. Again, we just want a visual texture. We don't necessarily want a physical texture on the surface of the glass. So we're heating this up, we're rolling it smooth, and we also did, again, pick off the end of the bubble just to get rid of the clear glass or wherever the cane wasn't touching. And you know, we could take a glance over on the left bench if we could have a view of that on the screen. Thank you. So up on the screen, we have a view of the left bench. I just wanted to point out, this is the blowing and shaping part of the process. We haven't really seen this quite yet at the center bench, but we've blown this out. We've taken a tool and we've squeezed this divot into the glass right off the end of the pipe, and that's our breaking point. Man, that's a really bright blue. And the next step on working on this cup is we have to break it off of the pipe that it's on right now. So we attach a second pipe to the end of the bubble. We let that connection set up for just a second. And then the way that we break our pieces off of any pipe, whether it's halfway through the process like this or at the very end when we're finished completely, we'll apply some water to where we want it to break. And that's going to create thermal shock. It's going to crack the glass. And then the piece will pop off with just a little tap of the pipe. So there we have it. And then they'll just open up the cup completely from that small opening they've just created. And then we have our stuff cup. And back at this center bench, it looks like we're trying to cut the end of this bubble off. Maybe just getting rid of some excess material again. And oftentimes with these patterned pieces of glass, if it has that nice cane or interesting marini or something similar, they'll try to save those leftover little bits of glass that we cut away. So this torch, I don't know if anyone remembers this, but in the beginning I was talking about how everything's running off of natural gas. This is one of the few pieces of equipment that's running off of propane and oxygen, so something different. And that oxygen is going to create a hotter, more focused flame. You could tell based off of that bright blue. So we'll be able to superheat the glass in just small sections at a time using this torch. So we've really soaked up a lot of heat this time, and we're rolling the bubble on the marver again, which is this large metal table. And if I haven't described this already, the marver has this thick slab of stainless steel on top of it, and it's going to pull heat out of the glass wherever it's touching the table. And this will basically just slightly solidify the glass in that area and make it not blow out as much in that section. So we'll use it to purposefully control the heat and cool certain areas. So we're still smoothing out the surface a little bit further. And I did want to point out something important. We set that cup that we made over on the left bench aside now. It's set aside in this silver box right here called the garage. And it's just going to stay warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we get the rest of that ready, and then we can pull it out and use it after this piece. So yeah, not going to be attached to this piece. It's for the next one. Yeah, the longest part of the process is getting all of the glass you need on the end of the pipe. And then that's when you start blowing things out and turning it into its final form. So we're still just fixing up this pattern. It looks like it's still too textured to move on. But once we are able to move on, then I think we will be gathering layers of clear. We usually don't want any color or patterned glass directly on the surface of the piece, especially when it comes to cane, because when we break the piece off of a pipe or when we're working with it, that color is right on the surface, so you can chip away at it, you can alter it in ways that you don't want to. Usually we'll have layers of clear to protect things, and the cane itself does have clear surrounding it as well. It's partially just to space the lines of color, but could also be to protect. And I do want to give another introduction. I know some new people have joined here and there, so I'll start back up from the top. And could I have Nancy's slideshow on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, I wanted to show off some of our visiting artist artwork. Her name is Nancy Callan. She's the one who is sitting and working at the center bench right at this moment. And everyone else around her, a lot of them are working for the museum. They'll help visiting artists that come through. She did bring in some assistants of her own. And we are going to be working on specifically the piece that's drawn on the shield right in front of where Nancy is working. So that's our final piece. I was describing it like a heart. I'm not sure if it's exactly supposed to be a heart. It's kind of abstract sculpture, but it is a blown piece, so it's going to be hollow all the way through. And we already have all of our layers of colors and patterns that we need. Yeah, a lot of these photos from the slideshow, or some of them, are from Nancy's Forces at Play exhibit, which we had at the museum pretty recently. We showed off a huge variety, a bunch of different series of her works all at once in that exhibit. And we should see one more different piece made today as well. We should see one of her panels made after this piece is finished. Which it looks like we're getting a little bit further with that next piece over on the left bench. We're heating up some cane. And let's stay on the left bench for a little bit. I just want to make sure everyone has a chance to see them pick up this cane. This is what we did, or something similar to what we did for the piece that we're seeing at the center bench. All those patterns on the surface are coming from something called cane, which are these sticks of colored glass. And we're heating up some of those right now, which you can see on the screen inside of that furnace on a kiln shelf. So over on the right bench, Gabe is heating up a pipe with some clear glass wrapped around the end. This is called a collar of glass, basically, because it's just wrapped around the edge of it, essentially. And we're going to bring that over to the cane on the left bench, which luckily we'll have a really good view of this up on the screen. And we're going to touch that clear glass down and wrap the cane entirely around the end of the pipe, basically forming a cylinder. We're rotating that cane just to make sure we get an even heat. And look at that. Looks like we're starting to gather up our layers of clear over the bubble at the center bench. Okay, so at this point we've picked up our cane over on the left bench. You can see this up on the screen. We formed that cylinder. So what they do from here is they basically would close the end of the cylinder off. Sometimes this is done with clear glass, basically like a little cookie of clear glass is applied, or they'll just cinch down on the end of the cane and just close all the cane off on its own. And then they'll be able to work with it from there. And meanwhile, at the center bench, we have gotten pretty far. We've blown this bubble out. We have created a jack line, which is this divot that we've squeezed in right off the end of the pipe. That's where we're going to break this bubble off pretty soon. And it looks like Ben over on the right bench is preparing to attach a pipe to the end of this bubble so that we can break the bubble off. So yeah, lots happening. This means that this patterned glass is probably going to turn into a cup of glass that we will then stuff with more glass again. So just layers upon layers of glass. Yeah, so what was happening there, we tried to break it off a couple of times, but this glass is so thick that basically it was solid on the surface and then it was gooey on the inside. So it broke off most of the way and then it was just like stuck to itself right in the center. So it took multiple, applying water, tapping, break it off. But now we have disconnected that piece of glass. We'll be able to heat up the front half of it, start flaring it open into that cup shape. Yeah, most of our tools, including the tables, which is called the marver, the pipes, the hand tools, almost everything, even some molds that we use are made out of stainless steel. It can withstand a lot of that heat and it will glow, and it's technically becoming malleable at the temperatures that we're working with, but it's definitely not going to melt, and that's what we're looking for. Meanwhile, aluminum, yeah, that would not work. Hey? Can I have Nancy's work up on the screen, please? Thank you. So I want to try to describe this very complex process. What we've done is we wanted to switch the orientation that the pattern was facing. So instead of the striping going from the tip of the pipe to the end of the bubble, we wanted it to go in that opposite direction, which you can actually see in the finished piece, again, which is drawn on the shield. The striping is facing horizontally instead of vertically. Yeah, this is pretty tricky. So they basically just pushed open a hole in the side with the tweezers, and then they were able to attach another blowpipe. And now they just have to fix up the bubble, and we'll be able to go on from there. Yeah, right now it's a little bit football shaped, but we'll be able to heat this up and get it more into a bullet shape again. And I know a few new people just joined in, so I'll give a quick introduction again. So we have Nancy Callan down on the hot shop floor. She's the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench quite a bit. She's got this yellow armband sleeve on and the red socks, trying to point out some very pops of color on her. Everyone else is helping her create these pieces of glass that we're seeing today, which we again are seeing that heart made. It's kind of sculptural, mostly hollow all the way through. And then we will see another project right after this one as well. It's going to be a cylinder of blown glass that will eventually open up into a panel of glass. So a ton going on. It's a lot to follow along. But if you guys have any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. And I want to make sure that everyone has had the chance to see Nancy's work. So could I have her slideshow on the screen one more time? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen it yet, Nancy's slideshow's up on the screen. This just shows off some previous works of hers. And I'll make sure to point out anything similar. And Nancy is a Seattle artist, so she's a local artist. She came to Seattle in 1996 to join Lino Tagliapetra's team, and Lino actually has a bunch of his work up behind the hot shop right here in those display cases. He donated a huge collection of his work to us when he retired from glass blowing recently. But yeah, she learned specifically a lot of traditional Venetian glass blowing techniques through Lino and really developed it into her own art style. And when I say Venetian glass blowing techniques, I think something that is really highlighted in her work when it comes to those techniques are the patterning. So a lot of cane working, which are the sticks or striping of colored glass, and a lot of marini, which are the patterns of glass like, let's see. This right here is a piece of marini we were using on some of our pieces earlier. Basically, it's like the cross-section of a piece of glass. So you can make any pattern. You can make something as complex as a face or a building inside of a piece of marini, but what's more common are circles or squares, or you think of flowers, millefiori. So once we've built up some heat again, we're sitting down and we're using this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is called a block. And we're just smoothing and evening the glass out. We're rounding it out. And I think usually we want to try to get rid of that lip or that edge right where it's connected to the pipe. We just want to make sure everything's smooth and flush. And then again, we're using these wooden paddles to shield our visiting artists from the radiant heat coming off of the glass. It's always going to be between 1 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, that glass. So the radiant heat is the thing that's most likely to burn you more than anything else in the hot shop. So we are making progress at both of our benches. We've just gathered another layer of clear glass over top of the bubble at the center bench. So that tank with the closed door, that's specifically where we're getting all of our fresh, clear molten glass. And same process again, we have to smooth that out using the block, then we can expand the bubble and so on. And this cycle repeats until we have all of the mass and material that we need for the piece. And I did want to take a glance over on the left bench. If we could have a view of the left bench, please. Thank you. So we have a view of this up on the screen. Oh, this is a perfect angle. Okay, so they're doing something called a wig wag. And this is a technique where you heat up sections of the glass at a time, and then you twist in one direction, you heat up the next section, you twist in the opposite direction, and this repeats until you have zigzagging patterns all the way down the piece. And yeah, this is very time consuming, but this is the pattern that's going to be on our next piece. Again, this is unrelated. It's not going to be put with this piece at the center bench. It's just for the next piece. They're getting it ready beforehand. So we usually will use folded up newspaper, splash a little bit of water, but in this case, because Nancy is fancy, she has a carbon fiber pad. So this is like a woven carbon fiber. It probably still has newspaper inside of it as kind of insulation, but yeah, it's a nice tool. They both do the same job. This one just doesn't degrade as fast. We are kind of guiding which way the bubble is going to blow out. We're cooling certain sections of the glass using the pad. And then Ben will probably blow into the end of the pipe pretty soon. Start expanding that bubble. Yeah, so that drawing, it seems, is going to be the exact size of the finished piece based off the fact that she just took the calipers over there and took the measurement of the drawing. And it looks like we're letting this cool down one more time so that we can gather another layer of clear glass, meaning this piece is going to be even bigger. And we're still finishing off the wig-wag over on the left bench, which I know a few of you guys just joined in, so I'll make sure that you all get a glance at everything and get a little explanation. So Nancy Callan is our visiting artist today. She's the one who is over on the far right side of the hot shop at the moment. She's been sitting and working quite a bit at the center bench on our main piece at the moment, which is going to turn into this kind of sculptural blown glass heart, which we see drawn on the shield at the center bench. And we already have all the coloring and patterning we need for this piece. We just need to blow it out and turn it into its final form. And over on the left, we have some really incredible texture that we're creating on this piece of glass called a wig-wag. So we're just heating up one section of this tube of glass twisting it one way, heating up the next section, twisting it the opposite way, so we end up with those zigzagging patterns called a wigwag. So it looks like there must have been some air bubbles in this fresh gather of clear, so Nancy's just picking them out real quick with the shears and then cutting that excess glass away. So no big deal. That's why we let that layer cool down, so we can really push and mess around with that fresh layer of clear without altering anything underneath it. So the wooden tools that are shaped kind of like spoons, or they're carved out just a very round way, those are called blocks. That one that we were just using I thought was funny. It's so big that it couldn't fit in the bucket behind the bench, so we had to put it back into this big kind of rolling bucket. But yeah, we use those to smooth and even the glass out, round things out, and then we can blow the glass out. And then this, of course, is the marver, this large metal table here. We use this to cool certain areas of the glass. Wherever the table is touching, it's going to suck heat out of the glass. And then we can control the heat this way, prevent it from blowing out too much in one direction. So this is when it starts getting really important to have usually at least 3 or 4 people helping you at the bench. So you sit down, you use your tools, and then you have somebody who can blow for you in the end of the pipe. You have somebody who helps you turn with a bubble this big. It takes a lot of force to be able to turn the pipe back and forth, and you can't just do that with one hand at this point. And then, of course, all the radiant heat coming off of the glass, we need that person to shield your hand and arm. So we've just started cutting off little bits of clear glass off the end of our bubble over on the left bench. It looks like we finished the wigwag, we finished all of that zigzag pattern. So we'll be able to move on to the next step pretty soon. And this bubble is really long right now. They had to lengthen it to get that pattern in the glass, but we still want to work with it in a shorter squatter shape. So we have to go and heat that up and start getting it into that shape again. So again, using that carbon fiber pad to control the shape as Sarah blows into the end of the pipe. important things. We've started kind of this divot right where the color ends and the clear, break the piece off from there so that the clear glass isn't in the final product. And then we also, so we've just been hanging the bubble down towards the floor, just using gravity as a tool. Now we have a longer, narrower shape. And this piece is heavy. We've been gathering layer upon layer of glass. Before any of you guys came in here, we've been gathering layers of glass. So with the torch that we're using right here, we're heating up any cold areas of the glass, and then we're leaving other areas that we want to stay colder alone. And so I guess this can be used in two different ways. One, we're either heating up something that's too cold, kind of preventing something from breaking, or we want things to be an even temperature, or we're focusing all the heat to just one area to only blow that area out. But yeah, the idea is this torch will apply heat to just one section of glass at a time. And it is running around the same temperature as the equipment that we're heating up the entire thing in, 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. I know, it's hot. Yeah, the glass furnace, that's sitting at pretty much an exact 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's kept at a really consistent temperature, and that's actually the only piece of equipment that we leave on 24/7. So that's one big difference with it. So I'm showing this off to another audience member. If anyone else is curious, these little short pieces of glass are called cane. And we used this cane to get the patterning that you see in this piece at the center bench. All of those striping, all the striping of color that you see is coming from just these little pieces of glass, and they've been stretched out from blowing and working with the glass to get this final resulting pattern. But yeah, they all started literally just these tiny little short pieces. I think this one is a purple. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes. So whenever we have a visiting artist, they are, I guess you could think of them like the chef, and everyone else is like the sous chefs or the conductor in the orchestra. So Nancy Callan, our visiting artist, she's the one with the torch right now. They're back facing towards us, Red Sox. So whatever she says is what happens. So she brought in all these different designs, and she's been here since Friday making a variety of works in the hot shop. Yesterday she made snowmen, which we can actually see right here. They just finished off the hat for this snowman earlier, which is really fun. But yeah, this was made yesterday. It was a really big project. And then today we saw one of her space rocks, which is a big blown glass sphere. It had all these little, I guess not little, big metallic rings of color on it. And now we're seeing two more pieces made. So we're working on two at the same time. The one on the left I don't have a drawing for, but it's going to turn into a cylinder of glass. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, so now we're seeing quite a bit of shaping taking place all at once. Nancy's using 2 corkwood paddles. So yeah, same material as wine corks at home, just pushing them into the sides of the piece. And we are getting more of, I guess, like an oval shape or more of a flattened patty-like shape, closer to that heart that we're aiming for. So we use the compressed air for a couple of different things. In this case, it was actually just to blow the smoke away from the artist's face. But we do use it very frequently to cool the glass down. It's like blowing on a hot piece of food whenever we blow the air onto the glass. So just a little bit faster than if we were to leave it alone. So for those who just joined in, welcome into the hot shop, first of all. We have Nancy Callan down on the hot shop floor. She's the one who's holding the torch at the moment, bright red socks. Everyone else is supporting her and creating the work we see. And she is specifically making this drawing that we see up on the shield or that board in the back there. So it looks like we are getting ready to create that crease next, but we just finished flattening the sides of the piece with the corkwood paddles. Also, we are using a couple of different torches right now. We're using the fluffy torch just to keep the glass warm enough not to break where it's attached to the pipe. That's the only reason we're using the fluffy torch right there. And then the smaller handheld torch, we're superheating where we're going to create that crease. So most of everything in our hot shop's running off of natural gas, including that big fluffy torch, but this smaller torch is propane and oxygen. That oxygen creates a sharper, hotter flame. And then using these sculpting tools, Nancy's able to push into the bubble and start carving that crease in. And just in case anyone is curious, we keep preheating these metal tools. We don't want any cold metal to touch the hot glass. This could cause thermal shock, it could cause rippling. It also just in general sucks heat out of the piece. So we'll just absorb a little bit of warmth first, and then we're able to use that tool. Also, another kind of behind the scenes things, while Nancy is pushing into this bubble of glass, whether it's the corkwood paddles or this metal sculpting tool, the air has the possibility to escape out the end of the pipe. So Sarah's capping just her thumb over the end of the pipe and preventing any air from escaping the piece. It's a really important detail and another reason why you can't blow glass alone. So whenever a piece of glass is blown too thin, technically, yes, you could kind of pop it. It's more so like you tap it and it's so thin that it disintegrates away. It's almost thinner than, it is thinner than paper, actually, not almost. But for the most part, if we make something too thin in the hot shop, we notice a lot sooner than it being crazy thin to the point of it being able to break, and instead the surface more so just sags on itself, and the more you blow it out, the thinner it gets and the more it sags, and so it's just an endless cycle, and you have to be really careful to not get to that point. But this piece of glass is super thick. I think it's like this thick, kind of where it's connected to the pipe, all the way around. Yeah, so over on the left bench, uh, when we were working with our glass earlier to create that wigwag or kind of zigzag pattern, they cut off a piece of glass that they saved. And this is something we try to do whenever we're working with cane, which are those sticks of colored glass that give us this striping again. We try to save all those leftovers just because it's a really complex pattern. There's so much effort that was put into it. The scraps are pretty, so we'll save them and we'll turn them into little cups or paperweights, just something small and fun. So it looks like they made one of those cups over on the left bench and then they just knocked it off inside of the garage to cool down overnight. And inside of the garage, we have two important pieces of glass. We have that patterned cup with our zigzagging pattern on it. This has 3 different colors. And then we also have a cup of this really rich blue coming from specifically this color bar that they've been working with on the table here. Might be easier to see if it's under the light. But yeah, it's really pretty. So those are we're gonna have all sorts of shades of blue, tones of blue. So it looks like we may be getting pretty close to completely finishing this piece. They're talking about how they're going to put it away properly. When we put a piece away, we want to make sure that it's at a pretty exact temperature or within a specific temperature range, so it's not so hot that it sags or picks up debris, and it's not so cold that it cracks. Yeah, Trent's getting suited up over on the right side of the hot shop. This big shiny suit will allow him to hold and carry this piece of glass as he puts it inside of that box over on the left wall. And that box over there is sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit right now. It's called the annealer. And we, I believe, have some padding set in there so that we could set this piece gently on top of it. So usually before breaking a piece off, you'll see the artist torch that connection between the piece and the pipe pretty heavily. You'll also see them torch any weak points where any cracking can occur. And then when we break the piece off, we just use a little bit of water to crack the connection, and that's it. Then it just is able to pop off with the tap of the pipe. So we're applying some water right now using a file. And again, Trent's just going to pick up that piece of glass. We'll tap the pipe, and we will torch that area, just making sure those cracks don't spread. And then this piece is completely done. And let's give them a huge round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, some of you guys really stuck around. Thanks for watching. And we do have one more that we've already gotten started on over on the left bench. Yeah. So if you haven't seen it already, up on the screen, there's a slideshow going, showing off some of our visiting artist artwork. Again, Nancy Callan, she's the one who has been working on this piece of glass. She's over on the left right now with those bright red socks. And she used to have a huge exhibit in our gallery. It was relatively recently. It's called Forces at Play, and you'll see a lot of that work throughout this slideshow. Wow, this next one, the pattern is really interesting. It's called a wigwag, basically these zigzagging lines of color. Luckily, we could see this really well up on the screen. And this is going to turn into a cylinder. Actually, could I have the diagram or the drawing of the cylinder, the panel explanation? Yes, this is what I was looking for. So these are hard to describe without the visuals, so luckily I have this up on the screen. This is how Nancy creates her panels of patterned glass. So we'll have the pattern actually on the inside of the cylinder. It's hidden for most of the process when we actually start blowing the piece out and finishing it off. And then on a later date, once it's cooled down, they cut down the side of the cylinder, they cut the bottom of the cylinder off, and then they slowly heat this up inside of a kiln and unfurl it from itself so that it opens up into the panel. So it's a really long, kind of complex process, but it's really gorgeous as a finished result. So this one, again, is going to be all these different shades of blues that we're working with. Thank you. I know it doesn't look very blue right now. It looks more green, I guess, but this is just the glass being so hot that it's radiating a yellow light that's visually mixing with the blue. All right, so we have two pieces of glass out that we're working with at the center and left bench. These two pieces of glass are actually going to be coming together pretty soon. And the way that this works is this is called a stuff cup. Over on the left, we have a cup that has this rounded bottom to it. And what we'll do is we'll stuff another bubble of glass inside of it to pick it up. And the reason we would do this in the first place is usually to layer different colors and patterns on top of each other. So you have like a solid color in the background, for example, and then you have maybe squiggly line patterns over top. Or sometimes you just want the color really close to the surface on the outside of the piece. But yeah, in this case, we're going to be layering this wigwag pattern, those zigzag lines, on top of that blue over on the left bench. I guess technically those patterns are going to be on the inside of the cylinder while we're blowing it out, but then on a later date it'll be opened up. So they were just doing a quick little size check right there. And the way that we'll bring these two pieces together, we're actually going to be breaking that cup off of the pipe and then placing it upright, and then we'll drop the bubble inside. Quite literally, just let it drop down. So with the bubble over on the right bench, we've been shaping that glass into I guess more of a longer tapered shape at the end. And we've just been using this carbon fiber pad to do that. We want the bubble to be pretty long and skinny so that it drops and touches the bottom of the cup first, and then we can push down to fill up the sides. But if it tags the wall on the way down, then we have a little bit of a problem. So now we bring out this heated ring, which we place upright on the floor. Specifically, we just want to make sure that hot glass doesn't touch anything cold. And then we knock the cup off of the pipe. Just a little bit of pressure with the tool. And then a tap of the pipe. And then we just place this cup upright. Nancy's standing on the table, so she has some height to be able to drop that bubble down and be able to blow into the end of the pipe. So just like that, we now have our layer of patterning on the inside and then our solid layer of blue on the outside. And welcome to those who just joined in. We have Nancy Callan on the hot shop floor. She's our visiting artist today. Actually, she's been here since Friday for this specific residency, making all sorts of glass art. We have seen a variety of works. This is what we saw her make yesterday, was this snowman. And we actually finished this off today, technically, by making a hat for the snowman, which you could see in the collage. Yeah, I know. So cute, so impressive. And then today we've made a ton of different stuff. We started off by making a space rock, which was a large blown glass sphere that was overall transparent purple, and it had these rings of a metallic color on the surface. And then we moved on to making a heart, which you can actually see on the shield in a drawing. And it was actually that size that you see there too. It was a pretty big piece of glass. And now we are moving on to our last piece of the day, which is going to turn into a cylinder of glass. And just before you guys came in, we applied a color. Well, I mean, applied is a weird word for this, but we have a layer of color on the inside, and then we have a layer of blue on the outside, so you can't see the pattern. But what we do with this cylinder on a later date, if I could have that diagram up on the screen, please. Or the drawing of the cylinders and panels, please. Thank you. So up on the screen, I have that diagram now. This is what we do with a cylinder on a later date. So we'll cut straight down the side, we'll cut the bottom of the cylinder off, and then we unfurl it to reveal that pattern on the inside. And then these are displayed as panels. Thank you. So we'll get this bubble to a certain size, and you can already see it has a relatively cylindrical shape, but we have a specific setup that we're going to be using to get a perfectly cylindrical shape right up here in the front. We have a wooden board with some wet newspaper laid out over top of it, and this will be used to basically apply even pressure to the entire side of the piece all at once. So it'll just kind of twist and turn on it. It's a pretty satisfying part of the process. And we do have certain dimensions that we're trying to reach, so we're double checking with the calipers every once in a while, making sure we're getting the width and the length we need. And then, of course, hanging the glass down towards the ground is just going to stretch it out using a little bit of gravity as a tool. And I know you've seen us use this torch quite a bit already, but I guess I haven't pointed out to you guys what it does. We're just using the torch to spot heat. We're heating up one area that we want to work on a little bit further, or just focusing the heat in general versus heating up the entire thing overall like we're doing now. And they do run around the same temperature, 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So yeah, this is interesting. You get it hot enough, and thin enough that it starts to kind of ripple, and the glass has to be blown back out to get rid of that rippling. They're able to control this pretty well. Again, everyone on the floor is very experienced. So we're just starting to kind of flatten the bottom with a wooden paddle. We're keeping the jacks on the side of the piece, these two metal blades. And we use these metal blades for a lot of things. We use them to squeeze this divot into the glass right off the end of the pipe. We use them in this way to kind of contour the glass to them. We also use them to open pieces up closer to the end, which you guys will see pretty soon. And next we use this setup in the front. So again, you can see how this board will apply an even pressure along the entire cylinder all at once. And then we'll usually flatten the bottom with the wooden paddle at the same time, just creating a nice sharp corner between the two. Oh, and kind of behind the scenes, we are keeping air pressure inside of the piece by capping the end of the pipe with either just our thumb or maybe our entire palm. But the pipe works both ways. Air can come out, and we can also push air in. So at the center bench, we're just keeping this piece of glass warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Over on the right bench, Gabe is preparing a punty, which is basically another pipe with some clear glass as a connecting point, and we'll attach that to the bottom of our cylinder so that we can break this. So we could break the cylinder off of the pipe it's on right now. Sorry, my mic is cutting out. Hopefully it's not affecting anything too much. So we've just brought the pipe over. Best way to describe that clear glass on the end, it's kind of shaped like a crown. So we have a gap of air where it's connected to the bottom of the piece. And then we make a divot in this connection, just making it easier to break this pipe off later on when we're completely done with the cylinder. And then once we're ready, we apply some water to this divot in the glass. That cracks the connection from thermal shock. And then we just tap the pipe and it comes right off. So now we can start heating up just the front half of the piece where we need to open it up and completely straighten it out. And then we'll be able to go on the inside of the piece and just lift that wall up, and then we'll have our cylinder. I know, I make it sound easier than it actually is. It's going to take a little while. But we are really getting there. So to break this piece off, we'll apply a little bit of water near the end of the pipe. And you can see how much movement's in that connection. As they stop turning, it falls towards the floor. And then Trent is ready with those Kevlar gloves to pick it up. And just like that, our last piece of the day is done.